Hi, Morgan.
Hello, how you going?
Yeah, good. Yourself?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Have we let people in yet, or we're just
No,
sitting
they're still in the lobby.
Oh, good.
So I won't let him in until 6 on the dot.
I had to have that little conversation with you and Michelle there because I don't think she understands that when you leave that the other two may not fully up to date with Strata and the whole everything that goes on.
Yeah.
Well, I know that Diane knows that everything goes on. It's whether she can do it
Well, that's
or knows
it,
how to do it. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah. Yeah,
went
we've
out
already
to
got
see-
about. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say I went out to see Fran Davey at Marcelin today and Tammy.
Oh, how did that go?
And Temple's, oh, look, it's fine. We all know what the problems are. I mean, I'm sure I'm going to find some more in a few months. But do you know what I mean? I think everyone knows. Everyone's on the same page. It's just getting it done, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the monitoring and all that kind of stuff are really big issues. And Orima was just a mess.
Yeah, it was terrible.
From this, excuse me. And she said there's just been so many more enrollments due to VM.
Yeah, because they have to do a vet component.
Yeah, so that
Yeah.
they struggled with that too. What were you going to say? What?
Oh, yeah, because Fran was the one who she had someone put in the data entry for her and they didn't save it. So they had big issues with the Orima portal. Oh, you're on mute if you're trying to talk, sorry.
Yeah, she didn't tell me that little bit.
Yeah. Yes. So
Tomorrow's your last day, so you better send me in Teams chat the digital person who uploads those videos.
oh yeah, so it's just I actually don't know who it is. I'll have to find out.
Who
Because
do I send it? Who does it? Denby or Amy or?
No, I'll have to find out because I'm not quite
Okay.
sure who the new person is. I'll have to look it up on our space. But yeah.
I've sent that. I mean, who knows if we're going to do it or not?
Oh, they have to. They don't really have a choice. Like,
I've sent that email and I put the directors in it and I put Michelle in it.
yeah. Well, hopefully that gives them the kick that they need.
Yeah, it normally does, doesn't it? You've got to CC people in or we don't do it.
Yeah, that's it.
Anyway,
I don't think
yeah.
Bianca's joining us tonight, but I think it'll just be you and me.
Yeah, I can't imagine she joined in twice. The other
I just wanted to jump in and, see what it was like. And
yeah, no, it's a good idea. Are you able to give me a list of, say, our best 8 to 15 schools? Just schools we have good relationships with.
Yeah.
If there's 8 schools that are really good, or if there's 15, do you know what I mean? Just the ones that we have really strong relationships with.
Yep.
Who constantly give us the 100, 150 students per year.
Yep, can do.
You got time for that?
Yeah, that's fine. I've already got the data and I know Di's got it as well. So that's fine.
Cool.
We'll just be able to send it through.
I know I could pull that out of S1 or Strata and look at student numbers, but I kind of want to know that personal relationship.
Yeah, well, that's it. Like there might be some schools that kind of send us a similar amount of students, but there might be like one of them that, we speak to regularly that knows us so.
Yeah, and yeah, more willing to work and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's fine. Absolutely. All right, I'm going to admit everybody because we've got 96 people in. So here they come.
Here they come. You see this picture behind me?
Yes.
Can they hear us?
Yes. Welcome everybody. We're just going to give it a couple of minutes for everybody to come in and we'll get started shortly.
Okay, it's a few minutes past 6 p.m, so let's make a start. First thing I'd like to do is just the acknowledgement of country. Can we go to slide 2? Sorry, Morgan. Box Hill Institute acknowledges that all our learning sites are situated on the ancestral lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. We pay our respects to the traditional custodians and extend that respect to their elders past, present and emerging. Okay, I would like to welcome you all to Box Hill Institute Vocational Education and Training Secondary School Program, or what is now called VDSS, VET Delivered to Secondary Schools. My name is Neil Barlow and I'm the new VDSS Manager at Box Hill Institute. You can see my name at the bottom right of this slide. Also from Box Hill is Morgan Noyes, the Student Representative Officer. If you have any questions, please add them to the chat and we will answer them at the end of the night. The VDSS team at Box Hill manages the administration, not the teaching of all VDSS programs at Box Hill. We also provide support for Box Hill School-Based Apprenticeship Program, and we also provide the compliance and administration for our secondary auspice arrangements. This is where VET is taught at a secondary school and not TAFE. We have been offering courses to secondary schools for well over 20 years. We work closely with the Victorian Department of Education to administer over 3,500 applications from about 375 secondary schools. We place them into our 20 VEDS qualifications that are taught in our 3 campuses, Box Hill, Melbourne CBD and Lilydale. We try and allocate a place for every student, but sometimes this doesn't happen due to demand being greater than supply, which is the case this year. We do have about 500 students completing VEDS at their own schools, and this is called our auspice program, which I mentioned before. Box Hill VEDS program has continued to grow over the years, and this is a testament to the work done by secondary schools and the support Box Hill provides. So, what is VEDS? VEDS courses are nationally recognised qualifications at a Certificate 2 or 3 level. VEDS teaches trade, technical and employability skills. It is heavily focused on the specialist knowledge and the practical skills required to work in industry. Examples of VEDS qualifications you saw in the second slide range from carpentry, allied health, hair, beauty, IT and animal studies, to name a few. VEDS provides education and employment pathways for students wanting a career in their chosen field. Students after completing the VEDS studies may choose to progress to apprenticeship or further studies at a Cert 4 diploma or enter into higher education such as a bachelor degree program. Employers, especially in fields such as engineering, are looking for bachelor degree graduates that also have the practical skills that a Cert 2 or Cert 3 provides. The practical skills provide a solid foundation and understanding to the technical theory students experience at universities. They can visualize how something is actually made. Our VEDS trainers must have current industry knowledge and will spend a portion of the year working or undertaking an industry-specific short course to maintain their currency and connection to the industry they are teaching. This up-to-date knowledge filters down through a classroom to the students and provides a contemporary learning experience. So when you present your nationally accredited certificate to an employer, they will know that you have received quality, standardised education and you are ready to work. It is your passport to future work and further studies. Box Hill has made a huge investment into its infrastructure and learning environments so students receive the best education and are ready to take the next step in their careers. Box Hill will assist you in achieving the outcomes you want, and the VDSS certificates are all linked to employment outcomes and education pathways. Box Hill does offer a skill and job centre. This service offers a range of services including career advice, information on potential jobs, further training. There's a skill and job centre in the City campus, Box Hill and Lilydale. You will need to go onto our website to make an appointment. We'll put the links into the chat room where you can find these services. So how is coming to TAFE different to school? It's a good question, especially for those students who have taken advice from their school career counsellors or vet coordinators and may not be fully aware of what they're getting themselves into. The first thing you must recognise is that when you enter TAFE on your first day, you are entering into an adult environment. There are considerations taken into account that you are under 18, but generally you will be treated the same as all other students at Box Hill. There'll be no one telling you to come to class, no bells ringing that class has started, so you are going to have to take individual responsibility to turn up to class preferably 5 minutes early, dressed appropriately, and have the required materials. At TAFE, it is vocational learning, so you will be completing hands-on activities and being assessed on a range of practical skills. You cannot afford to miss these classes because it is difficult to replicate these assessment activities in the classroom. So it is very important that you take the individual responsibility to attend class and complete all the learning exercises and assessments. Whilst this sounds simple, it can be a profound difference. Teachers at schools will sometimes push you through so you pass, and there's sometimes a degree of subjectivity with your results. Whilst at TAFE, the vocational training and the certificates that are provided to successful candidates are based on industry needs and employment standards. Those certificates are nationally recognised, are trusted by industry that you have passed and reached a certain standard. There is little subjectivity with the assessing. With VDSS, there is no grading out of 100, nor are you marked with an A+, B, C, D or E. You are either competent or not yet competent against an assessment task. If you receive a not yet competent, talk to your trainer about the possibility of a reassessment. I also need to talk to you about an important shift at Box Hill. A VDSS course has a duration of 2 years. In the past, Box Hill has been lenient in letting Year 11 students progress from Year 1 to Year 2, even though their attendance has been poor and or they have not submitted assessments throughout the year. In 2023, a decision has been made where students that do not regularly attend class or do not submit assessments or obtain competency against most subjects in 2024 will not be allowed to continue into Year 2. For those students who are planning on completing a VET course to add to their ATAR, this can have a significant impact. If you are having difficulties throughout the year, need extra help, then speak to your trainer. If you do not feel comfortable, then speak to your teacher or VET coordinator at your school. It is important that you tell us that you need assistance with your study or unable to attend class or going through a difficult time. Box Hill has a range of free services to assist students with their studies. One of these is Student Life. Student Life provides counselling services and student wellbeing officers who can offer a broader range of support, including study assistance. All of these services can be found on the Box Hill website, and we will place the link in the chat. Again, if you're having difficulties with your studies, please reach out. We do want you to succeed. Another way we support our VEDS students is by working closely with our school partners. With over 3,000 students coming from over 370 schools, there is a constant need to communicate with the schools to let them know how their students are performing. We use a portal where secondary schools can access their students' attendance, mid and end of year results, and identify any at-risk students. Schools are provided with a unique username and password. It is then the school's responsibility to speak to the student and their parents about the results or at-risk status. Box Hill does not contact parents directly about your mid or end of year reports. The schools can download the reports as a PDF, and these can be sent to you as a mid and end of year report. Remember, these are weekly classes. They are practical classes, and if you miss a class, then it is difficult to catch up because the task cannot often be repeated. So it's important you attend. If you cannot attend, let your school know and they can email us, and that would be considered an acceptable absence. Remember, reports are not graded. You will either be competent or not yet competent against subjects. I also need to draw your attention to the learning commitment, and this is a serious matter, where you, your parent at school, will be asked to sign a commitment that certain unacceptable behaviours that Box Hill has identified needs to stop. The learning commitment highlights acceptable behaviours that we want to see. It is a serious undertaking, and you really must make sure that you observe the contract, because the repercussions will become quite serious if you do not abide by the rules and conditions. I'm now going to go through the courses that you are here to find out about. So in VDSS courses, under creative, applied fashion, beauty, design fundamentals, there's 2 streams: design focus, visual arts focus, interior decoration, music performance, 2nd stream, music sound production, screen and media, information technology, outdoor, and sport and recreation. If you're not in one of those courses, it just means you missed yesterday's presentations, but you're more than welcome to stay. It is a great time to be undertaking these vocational courses due to skill shortages across a broad range of industries, not only in Australia, but globally. If you're choosing these qualifications to obtain a higher ATAR or to enter these industries as a career, Box Hill has a great reputation and strong connection with industry that can assist you with your journey. Now, I just want to spend a little time explaining how these qualifications can integrate with your senior secondary school studies. Firstly, I've worked in the education training sector for well over 20 years. In the last 2 years, I was employed by an international college, so I would not consider myself an expert in the recent changes to VCAL, VPC, VCE, and VCE BM. So please speak to your school practitioner to seek further advice. Nevertheless, I do want to spend some time talking about ATAR, pathways, and various study options. When you undertake a VCE, you have 2 options. You can undertake a non-scored assessment and achieve your VCE certificate. However, you will not receive an ATAR score. If you choose to take a scored assessment, a mark is provided, and this will add to your ATAR score. If you're undertaking a non-scored VCE, you just need to let your school know and they must send that information to Box Hill. You will be doing the same work and assessments as the other students, but you will not be receiving a study score at the end of the year. You will receive a certificate stating that you are competent against each subject you have successfully completed. If you change your mind during the year from non-scored to scored, speak to your school and Box Hill trainers to see if this is a possibility. In some instances, you will not be able to change during the year as the assessing of scored assessment has already commenced. If you're doing VCE scored assessments, what you're after is an ATAR score. And the ATAR, in simple terms, is a pathway to university. Depending on your ATAR will give you access to courses and is purely a mechanism to move into higher education. With the VCE VM, there is no scored assessment, therefore no exam and no ATAR score. This is ideal for students wanting to commence an apprenticeship and enter the workforce. Just remember, just because you choose VCE VM does not close the door to university or higher education learning later. You can use your TAFE qualifications as an alternative entry into university. I personally entered university as a mature age student. I was about 25 at the time, and these options will still be available to you. How an ATAR is calculated is you will undertake anywhere between 4 to 6 subjects at school in which VDSS is one subject. And that can be used to calculate a top 4 study score or a 5th or 6th subject as your lowest score. Your top 4 will be automatically chosen and calculated for you. And then your 5th or 6th subject, you'll get 10% of that added to your ATAR. When it comes to our VCE course, the main thing you need to be aware of is some vocational courses can be used in your top 4, just like any other VCE subject, but some can only be used as a 5th or 6th subject. And now Morgan's just going to go through those for you.
Hi everybody, so I'm just going to take you through the courses that we're discussing today and whether you are eligible for an increment towards your ATAR or whether they can be used as a primary 4 that Neil was speaking about. So the top 4 we have up on the screen today: applied fashion, beauty services, design fundamentals, and our interior decorations. You're only eligible for an increment towards your ATAR. So you would take 10% of your lowest study score of your primary 4 subjects, and you would add that onto your ATAR at the end of the year. However, with your music or your screen and media, they can be used as one of your primary 4 or a 5th or 6th study. So students, you need to undertake scored assessment if you wish to contribute to your ATAR. So please, if you are planning on undertaking scored assessment, let your school know, let your Box Hill trainer know. So looking at sport and information technology now, information technology and sport and recreation can be used as a primary 4 study. However, like I mentioned earlier, you do need to undertake the scored assessment for that one if you wish to contribute to your ATAR. With outdoor recreation, you're eligible for an increment towards your ATAR, 10% of the lowest score, of the lowest study score of the primary 4. So just bringing up some next steps here, and I'll throw back to Neil.
Yeah, sorry, Morgan. We've just had a student actually who didn't realise it was online and actually just turned up. So I do apologise. Look, whether you're completing a study score or not, you must complete at least 100 hours per year and pass all your units. You will then be eligible to receive the VCE Vocational Major Certificate as well. That is why it is important you attend class and successfully pass all of your subjects. Please check Box Hill's YouTube channel, where you can find out more about individual courses. We will also include a link to our VDSS guide that will explain the course structure, which courses are partial completions and full certificates. The guides will explain if there's mandatory work placement requirements and other additional information such as pathways to further studies and the like. Classes begin on the week starting February the 5th. Most classes are on a Wednesday or Friday morning or afternoon. If you have sent your e-form, the enrolment form, you have been accepted into a course. If you haven't, please do so ASAP. If you're unsure, please check with your school. We will then be sending out confirmation letters that will detail your course, and then another letter will be sent in late January, and there will be more info about dates and times, what to bring, what to wear, and where to go on your first day. Remember, fees are never sent to parents. Box Hill will invoice the schools direct. I'm now going to stop presenting. All those links we have discussed now or will soon be pasted into the chat room. And Morgan and I are happy to take questions. Please type your questions into the chat room. Thank you for attending this seminar and good luck for next year. Morgan, I'm just going to try and find that person who turned up.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll answer any questions that come through.
Thank you.
All right, we've got our first question of the night. Will the classes be co-ed? Yes, all of our classes are co-ed. However, please note that you won't ever be in a class with any post-secondary students. So you will only ever be in a class with other secondary students who are completing VDSS as well. Are we able to change to another course? So it really depends on what other courses you're looking at and when you're looking to change courses. So I would recommend speaking with your vet coordinator or careers advisor as the first point of contact, and they can advise you of your options. So the letter, will we get it via post or email? So that'll come via email to the students directly. So please keep an eye out for that in your inboxes next week. And then, like we said, in late January for a follow-on email. Do students usually wear school uniform? Yes, a lot of students do wear their school uniform on their first day, especially. You may have some uniform requirements within your course after the first day, but definitely on the first day, please feel free to wear your school uniform or any comfortable casual clothes. Can you please explain the 10% scoring again? Yep, absolutely. So when you're undertaking VCE, as Neil was mentioning before, you're either taking between 4 to 6 subjects. So, and your scores in those subjects will make up your ATAR at the end of the year. So with your scored assessment programs, you can use the course that you're going to be doing at Box Hill, and you can take that and you can use that as one of your primary 4. So you get a study score for that, and that contributes towards your ATAR. For the other courses that we mentioned where you receive an increment, what will happen is in between your 4 and 6 subjects, the subject that you get your lowest study score for, 10% of that will be added onto your ATAR. So I hope that helps. If you're still after a little bit more clarification, please speak with your vet coordinator or your cruise advisor. They'll have a lot of resources and information that they'll be able to give to you. How long will our lunch break be? So lunch breaks are generally between 20 to 30 minutes. We do have a cafe here. However, we do recommend that students bring their lunch as well. We do also have some vending machines popped around the place as well. Can you please explain information technology? So I'm not sure, sorry, with the question, with the information technology course, it is a cybersecurity focus on there. Some more information regarding that specific course can be found on our website as well as the course specific information video, which you'll receive a link to in a couple of weeks' time. How close is the nearest train or tram stop? So depending on which campus you're at, the train or tram stop could be at the front door, or it could be a possible 5 to 10 minute walk away. I think our Lilydale campus is probably where it's the furthest away, but even then we do have a bus that runs up from Lilydale station up to the Lilydale campus as well. What if daughter is going on exchange for 6 months? Okay, that's a really good question. So it's unlikely that if the student's not going to be here for 6 months, they're not going to be able to complete the year level that they're doing in that year. So if they're doing the first year of their program, they're not going to be marked competent for a lot of those units. So honestly, I would really recommend speaking with your secondary school about that and having a chat with them and seeing what kind of arrangements they can put in place or what they would recommend. Is there any assistance to find work experience? So as Neil mentioned earlier, we do have our skills and job centres, which are located at all 3 of our campuses. Appointments can be made via the Box Hill website. It is a completely free service. You can go in there. They will assist you with resume. They will assist you with some, employability skills, etc. And they also have a jobs notice board in there as well for you.
So on that, so if you're course you're doing this mandatory work placement, then Box Hill has pretty good and strong relationships with employers, and they will assist, and also your school will assist you in finding work experience too.
Will there be a map of the school before we start so we don't get lost? Yes, so you will receive a student handbook with campus maps in for all of our campuses in there. So that will assist you. We also have updated wayfinding signage on all of our campuses. And please know that our reception areas are always really happy to help any student who's unable to find their way. So please feel free to ask any reception desks that you see, or our student administration area, which is generally in a central location within the campuses.
And feel free to visit Box Hill before you start. Have a walk around. Come to the canteen.
Good, yeah. For the people with a morning session, when would their break be? So breaks are generally scheduled by the faculty and the trainers that are taking your class. So again, they're generally about halfway between the start and end period. But you'll definitely, no matter what time you attend, you'll definitely get, 20 to 30-minute break.
Morgan, I think you missed one. Jane Gillard, 624, work experience.
Oh, thank you. Is work experience part of the course, or does it depend on the course? So it does depend on the course. A lot of our courses, VCAR strongly recommends work placement, but it isn't mandatory. However, we do have a couple of courses where the work experience is mandatory, and more information about that can be found in our VDSS guide, which is on our website, and I'll also post a link as well after this. What happens if you go on holiday? So again, if you're going to be on holiday during a VETAS class, depending on how many VETAS classes that is, you'll need to advise your secondary school, obviously, and then you'll also need to advise your Box Hill trainer. If you are going for an extended period of time, then we will need to have a discussion between, your Box Hill trainer and your secondary school as to how that's going to look and how that's going to run. Do we need BHI student cards? Okay, so I don't believe you do. However, on your first day, you will have what we call an orientation day, where your Box Hill trainer will show you around the campus. They'll get you logged into our student web, and they will give you everything that you need. So if you do require a student card, they'll take you down there to get your photo taken and have that card printed for you. Do the classes run in line with school terms? So yes, they do. They run in line with Victorian public school terms. So please note that this can be different for some Catholic, independent and private schools. If you do attend one of those schools, I would recommend double checking your holiday schedule next year and confirming with your VET coordinator or your careers advisor. But if you are attending a public school, then the term breaks are the same. So we haven't received any correspondence by email from Box Hill, only getting email from the school. Who do I contact about this? Okay, so it's likely that we have an email address for you that where our emails aren't coming through to you, unfortunately. So I would recommend contacting the school, just letting them know you're not receiving emails, provide them with the correct email address that we can contact you at, and we'll make sure that our systems are updated with that. What happens if I have commitments at my secondary school, such as exams or tests on a Wednesday? So again, that's something that you're going to need to discuss with your secondary school's VET coordinator, careers advisor, and also your Box Hill trainer as well. We do ask schools not to schedule exams or tests on a Wednesday afternoon, because it is really important that you're attending every single VET class, just to make sure that you're not missing out on anything. Approx how many students are doing sport and recreation at Box Hill? So we do have quite a few students completing sport and recreation at Box Hill this year. Sport and recreation is actually the most popular VET subject within Victoria for 2024, so that's a really interesting stat. But as far as a certain number, unfortunately, I don't have that off the top of my head. Does the design fundamental course include graphic design? Sorry, I'm not too sure about that course specific question. However, you will receive a link to your course specific presentation, and that'll be on our YouTube channel in a couple of weeks as well. And they'll go through the units that you could be completing and some of the tasks that you'll need to be completing in that section as well. What happens if a student is sick for a number of sessions? Is there a min number that you need to attend? So if a student's sick for a number of sessions, again, it really is a case-by-case basis. We will work with the student, the school and the family, to provide as much support as we can to that student. So it really is assessed on a case-by-case basis. So if you are worried about that possibly becoming a factor in 2024, I would recommend, bringing it up now with the school and just making sure that they're aware of it. And then when we're starting in February next year, making sure your Box Hill trainer is aware of it. And then we can kind of assess that as it comes. So I'm doing beauty services and I'd like to get a makeup kit for Christmas. Who can I speak to and what should I be looking at getting and what will we be given as part of the course? Okay, so you do receive a makeup kit as part of your beauty services course. However, some of that kit is retained by Box Hill Institute and some of that kit is retained by the student. So we won't ask you to bring in any of your own makeup. Anything that you need to complete the course next year will be provided at Box Hill. Is 4 weeks seen as an extended holiday? Yes, 4 weeks is seen as an extended holiday. So over 4 weeks, you'd be missing roughly 12 to 15 hours of delivery, both practical and theoretical. So again, we strongly recommend not having a 4-week break, but as like I said earlier, it's a case-by-case basis. You're going to need to speak with your secondary school regarding that. Will 10% be added to our ATAR for those doing IT? So I'm just going to double check, sorry.
Yeah, the answer is yes. I had a quick
Thank
look.
you, Neil. Okay, how do you manage learning difficulties such as dyslexia? Okay, so any learning difficulties are generally advised to us by your secondary school. We have our student support services. We also recommend that if you have an aide at school, that aide attends Box Hill with you in the classroom. But again, it'll be assessed on a case-by-case basis, and our disability liaison service and our student support services will be in contact with both yourself and the school to discuss what those kind of supports are going to look like.
And it's possibly worth mentioning on our website and the links that have been posted up, there's a disability liaison service, and be worth going on to that, completing the documentation, and you'll also find instructions on how to book an appointment. So before class starts, we're in the best position to assist you in the classroom.
So what is the percentage of attendance? So again, there is no set percentage of attendance as to whether you pass or fail. However, as it is a competency base, you will only get certain amounts of resits on your assessments. And if you don't pass your assessments, you will be deemed not competent for a unit. So again, we strongly recommend you try to make it to every single class throughout the year. And if you're unable to attend for any reason, make sure your school is aware, make sure your BHI trainer is aware, and hopefully we can do some of that catch-up work out of hours.
I think you'd be looking at least 80%, wouldn't you, Morgan? Yeah.
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
What happens if we arrive late to a class? So again, we strongly recommend punctuality. Coming in late does disrupt the other students, and especially when demonstrations are given at the start of class, they sometimes can't always be given again when working on practical assessments and using tools and such. So again, there's no set rule as to what happens if you are late. It's on a case-by-case basis, and it is up to your BHI trainer as to what occurs then as well. So they may have you sit in another area if they are doing work on some tools that you haven't been able to do, the safety briefing and listen to the instructions first. Or, if there's a theory class, you might just be able to catch up during that class. So how many people will be studying beauty services next year? So beauty is another one of those courses where we've had a big increase in students. So again, I don't have a specific number for you, but I can tell you we do have multiple classes for our beauty services. Do we need to purchase textbooks for music performance or other courses? No, you don't need to purchase any textbooks. So in your student handbook that will come out with your first welcome letter will be any required PPE if you are required to purchase any. And obviously that is yours for the duration of the course. And then once you will leave, you can take that home with you. But as far as textbooks go, no, there's nothing there that needs to be purchased. If you need to be away, can you attend online? So usually the answer is no. We don't really offer online services. Our courses are face-to-face. There is in a lot of our courses, a big practical component that can't be completed online. However, if you do miss a class, the trainer will work with you, to provide maybe any of that theory work that you can complete, or possibly another time for you to complete the practical assessment. For beauty services, is there a fee that we have to pay? So all fees are invoiced to secondary schools. Now, depending on which secondary school you go to, depends on whether that school may ask your family to contribute a part of your VDSS fees. So VDSS is government funded for public schools. However, it's not funded for independent and Catholic schools. So please speak with your secondary school regarding that, as they'll be able to provide some more information. Can a previous Box Hill Vet Cert 3 performance student attend for support on orientation day? Unfortunately not. So parents, siblings, boyfriends, girlfriends, friends, nobody can attend with the student. That's due to a duty of care issue of us having non-students in the class with other underage students. So again, please feel free to, walk with them to our gates and everything, but you will not be allowed into class with them, no. Does dyslexia qualify as a disability, and can we still book a meeting with a disability support person? Okay, so unfortunately, I'm not qualified to tell you what qualifies as a disability or not. So I am going to refrain from answering that question, sorry, but you can absolutely still book a meeting with our disability support people. Your school should have provided some information to us as well regarding that. So it is likely that you'll be contacted by our disability liaison service as well, just to discuss any kind of support that you may need.
And it sounds like you do have a concern. So yeah, I would recommend talking through the disability liaison service, and they can talk to the teacher and the trainer at Box Hill. Yeah, so you have a more comfortable and you feel more confident in class.
Okay, when is orientation day? So you'll complete orientation on your first day of class. So if you're studying on a Monday, that'll be on the Monday, a Wednesday on the Wednesday, Friday on the Friday. So it'll be your first class, which will be outlined in your welcome letter. You'll just come in, and basically everything on your first day is just going to be getting you up to speed with campus life at Box Hill. Where can we go during our lunch breaks? Okay, so we've got quite a few different areas that you can go during your lunch break. So you're welcome to sit in some of our student areas. I believe we have some table tennis tables and lounges for you to sit in. You can go to our cafeteria. You can maybe spend some quiet time in the library, or we do have some beautiful parks out at our Box Hill and our Lilydale campuses. So, if it's a nice sunny day, you can go out, and maybe sit in the park as well. So definitely lots of spaces on our campuses for our students to kind of hang out on their breaks and in between classes. Will we be able to visit the beauty and hair salon after class? So Stella, I believe you're referring to maybe getting some services done there, and you absolutely can. So we do offer discounted services for both beauty and hair services at Box Hill. As you walk into the beauty area at both Lilydale and Box Hill, you will see a reception desk. Please speak to them. They'll be able to give you a price list. It is heavily discounted, and I can tell you from experience, the services they offer are wonderful and very much comparable to what you would receive at a high quality spa as well. So I would definitely recommend that one. Okay, so it says the campus opens at 9 a.m, but the morning session starts 30 minutes before 8:30. I do still show up at the scheduled time. Yes, that's correct. So I'm not sure where, I think it might say that on Google that we open at 9, but don't stress. If your class is scheduled to start at 8 a.m. or 8:30 a.m, the campus will be open, the trainers will be there, and you will see some people kind of walking around the campuses and stuff. And our cafes will be open as well if you wanted to grab something beforehand. How do we purchase a BHI uniform top required for beauty services? So if any uniform is required for your class, such as a Box Hill Institute polo top, we will provide that for you. The only thing we don't provide is personal protective equipment. However, that generally relates to our trades areas. Will this presentation and all links be emailed only, or only available on this Teams meeting? No, so we will send around this presentation with all of the links attached to it so that you have got everything on hand. You'll also receive a lot of these links within our student handbook with your welcome letter next week as well, so please keep an eye out for that. Oh, I think I just answered the last question that came in as well.
Yeah.
Welcome letters will be coming out next week, so please keep an eye on your inbox for that. And if you don't receive it probably late next week, so if it hasn't shown up by the Friday afternoon or Friday night, please check with your secondary school the next week. Awesome. Do we have any other questions at all?
Perfect. And there's another email that goes out late January with further details, more specific details. Thank you.
Thanks, Jane. Okay, well, we'll wrap up for today. Thank you very much for attending, and we look forward to seeing you all next year.
Thank you.
Okay, it's just us. That went really well.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. It's worthwhile doing, isn't it? But just very appreciated.
Oh, very much so. And I noticed before COVID, they weren't as interested in the information sessions. They were just like, yeah, I'll deal with it, I'll whatever. It's all going to be okay.
Yeah.
After COVID, the kids, oh my God, they just don't know where to go. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to leave the house. They I wouldn't want to be a research scientist within the, looking at young people's minds and what's happened during COVID, because, well, that's going to be interesting.
I don't know the answer yet, but I don't even know the problem. I mean, I certainly don't know the answer. It's just huge. My son's 20. He's out tonight. He doesn't go out often, but he's out tonight.
Yeah. Well, 2 years at home will do that to a lot of people.
It was like in Victoria, God, it was 2-3 years. It was nuts.
Well, yeah. So
it almost seems it just seems like a dream or something. It's just weird.
It's funny. Anything that happened within 2020 and 2021, I don't even like it. It's almost like it's one big year for me, because I can't distinguish between the difference, because it was all just at home. I didn't go anywhere. I didn't do anything. I didn't, and so it's all just kind of blurred into one big day.
It is. It's like that. It's like it never existed or something, and it just all happened. I don't know.
Yeah, but you got 2 years older.
In the presentation, I did put a head in, and there was a student at a door wanting to come in.
Yeah.
He didn't know where the presentation. I should have just said, "Come and sit down."
Yeah. No.
I mean,
so
what do you do?
Listen to this, right? This was from I was talking to somebody from student admin earlier, and they said, I'm not sure what gender, but hi Morgan, for the people attending the VDSS beauty information session today, what part of the campus is everyone meeting at? And I said, hi, the information session's online, what's going on? And they said, no worries, the parent must have read the email wrong. And I said, yes, the link's in the body of the email, and gave some more information. And then the person from student admin came back and goes, She even said she received the email with the link but got confused and thought it was on campus. So this
Got
woman
it.
admitted that she got the email with the link and then went, oh, it must be on campus. So it's
Oh, well, you can't, yeah.
you can't, no matter when we've done it, we've always had 1 or 2 people show up at campus if it's been online.
Okay. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah. So, but
No,
that was really good. I think we got almost 200 in that one. So that was really good.
Yeah, when I sent the emails to faculty saying we need your video, I said we had over 500 and they all want to see the video.
No, but it's likely that they will get over 5, get a lot of views on those videos. So yeah, they're definitely wanted.
If I had them ready, they would definitely get a lot more.
Yes. Very much
the
so.
recordings to this, where do you save those? Or you've saved them
Oh
already?
yeah, so I've got to edit them. Just quickly, just do some chopping.
Okay.
But I'll upload them to OneDrive tomorrow for you.
In the information session PowerPoints bit.
So I'm going to pop everything there as one.
I'm not going to do it. I'll drop the script in there as well under VDSS General.
Oh yeah, that might be
just
handy,
for next year, and we just tidy it up and keep building on it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right. All right. Cool. Last day.
Yeah. Have a good night, and I will see you tomorrow. I can't believe it, honestly.
I know it's a big step. I had to laugh during the meeting with Michelle because I'm thinking it's her last day. And Michelle says, "Give me more work to do." And I just thought, you know what? It just made me laugh.
Yeah, but it's also like, it kind of warms my heart a little bit because it's like, oh, I'm going to miss Box Hill. These little, oh, it's your last day, but would you mind doing this, this, and this? And I tend to work better when I've got more on my plate than less.
Yeah, for sure.
I found, I enjoy it when people are like, yep, do this, do this, do this. I'm like, cool, got everything to do. So it's almost like a little send-off gift for me.
Oh, there you go.
So yeah. And yeah, I'm just very bittersweet, and it still hasn't really hit me either.
Yeah, probably won't until you start the new job, but there's going to be heaps of people at faculties and schools that are going to miss you.
Yeah,
that's
me
for
too,
sure.
Me too. Well, I realized that it's I was coming up on 6 years. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
long time.
You know what? Yeah, you're a young person, so maybe it is time to experience other stuff, and you know what I mean?
Learn something new, I reckon.
Yeah.
It'll be fun. Anyway, have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you tomorrow.
I tell you what, I'm not sure if you are going to miss it. There's an email from Turek College saying, oh no, we've changed our minds, we're coming back.
Oh, is there?
And they've written, send me the link.
Have they found a new trainer, have they?
They don't know.
That's risky.
Oh, hang on. I apologise. It's from Danielle Smith.
Oh.
Oh my God. Okay. Okay. There's more to this story.
Yep.
So, Morgan, it's 7 o'clock. Let's go. Talk to you later.
All right. Bye.
Bye.